very terrible. Today we have named a for you called the Tectonic Combustion, featuring the new damage pump from Lost Origin for our Radiant Heatran, helping you move up to 2 damage counter from any one of your Pokemon to your other Pokemon in any way you like. So we're using this card with our Donphan from Vivid Voltage, doing 120 damage with Earthquake for only 1 fighting energy, while collecting damage counters on our bench Pokemon. We're also using Galarian Zapdos with Thorton, using his Strong Legs charge ability to accelerate our energy for us to use Raging Blast. For those new to this card, this attack does 70x damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon, for 1 fire and 2 colorless. We also have 1 Old Cemetery to put damage counters on our Zapdos as we attach energies from our hand, before switching to our Radiant Heatran with Thorton. For the draw spot, we have 1 Snorlax to do Gormandize, 2 Cinccino, 1 Marnie, 2 Brunos, and 1 Birdkeeper. We also have our Peonia to get any of our Pokemon energy or supporter stuck in a prize. We also have 1 Raihan to help us play Heatran from our hand for the first strike, instead of only using Thorton with Zapdos to summon the Radiant Pokemon. To support Zapdos' ability, we're playing 2 Sonias, 1 Energy Search, and 1 Energy Retrieval. To summon our basic Pokemons, we have 4 VP Pass, 4 Quick Ball, 1 Capture, 2 Level Ball, and 1 Hisuian Heavy Ball. For the evolution, we have 3 Incense and 1 Ultra Ball. For the switch, we have 1 Scuba Net, 1 Air Balloon, and 1 Birdkeeper. We also have 1 Raw to shuffle back our Pokemon and energies, 1 Manaphy for the bench barrier, 1 Aurora energy for both Donphan and Heatran, 8 basic fighting energy, and 2 basic fire. So that's all for the deck list. Now let's go for some gameplay! Okay, let's go for our first game versus Goodra VSTAR. Crazy tanker, we are doing a OHKO, knocking out any Pokemon off the board. Goodra is essentially 250 HP thanks to the buff. So 270 HP plus 80 damage reduction. So you need like 350 damage in the game to knock out a Goodra with 1 hit. And they can actually quite easily attack with Mirage Gate. They got the energy acceleration, they got Melanie as well. So it's quite easy for Goodra to attack. And all they need is to evolve, use the attack Rolling Iron for 200 damage, and then they got, you know, they got the tank for infinity basically. They can tank to infinity with, they got the ability to Moisture Star to basically recover all damage from it. They got Crystal Cave, Lucky Ice Pop, you know, a billion ways to recover damage after buffing as well. After, you know, doing the full face guard effect is not kind of full face guard because that only reduces 20. The attack actually reduces 80 damage done to that Pokemon. But if you play cards like Radiant VSTAR, Radiant VMAX, my bad, that has attacks that actually ignore all effects on opponent's Pokemon, like GMAX 1 Blow as well, you are actually doing raw damage. That means you're not actually, you don't actually have to be bothered about damage reduction. So if they have abilities that reduce damage, effects of attacks, you know, effects of special energy, tool cards, or anything else, even stadium cards like Lake Acuity as well. Lake Acuity actually, you know, definitely works against, against V cards, against any other Pokemon. You actually get to reduce 20 more damage done to your Goodra VSTAR. If you play Gardevoir as well, you're reducing even more, forcing your opponent to hit 390 damage just to kill off 1 VSTAR Pokemon for 2 prize. Over and over, they're hitting, you know, the same VSTAR if you keep on healing, if they can't actually meet the 390 damage requirement. And thanks to our Duraludon, we can actually ignore all effects. That means all we need is 270 damage. All we need is a raw 270 with our Duraludon to knock out the Goodra VSTAR and deal with it once and for all. And then the next one is going to be a bit more difficult for them to get it out. If they have a Mirage Gate by then, it would be quite easy to charge up the next one. But then, you know, we could actually, if we are playing Mirage Gate ourselves, it would be quite easy to charge up the Duraludon. But for this game, let's just focus. We're not actually playing Duraludon VMAX. Don't have to focus on that. But I think the best way to kill a Goodra is obviously Duraludon, because all you need is 1 single strike energy and 1 choice belt. That's enough. 270 damage is enough to kill the Goodra. No mistake, like no questions. It doesn't matter what tool cards they have, what stadium cards they have, what effects of attacks, whatever buff they have. 270 damage is enough because it has no resistance. Resistance still work. Like if they are resistant to fighting type, GMAX 1 Blow actually has to do 30 less damage. But thanks to Duraludon being a dragon type, that means resistance on its own doesn't work as well. So there's nothing that's resistant to dragon types. That means Duraludon doesn't have to worry about resistance. And that is the only thing that works against, you know, GMAX Pulverization, GMAX 1 Blow, or your Mawile from Single Strike. Or even the tool card, I forgot the tool card that actually ignores all effects as well. Single Strike tool card. There are a lot of Single Strike things that it helps you ignore effects. And there's even a pincer that helps you ignore all resistance as well. So if you play Urshifu One Blow with the pincer, you can actually cut through all effects, including resistance against Shadow Rider or cards like, you know, what else? Typhlosion VSTAR, things like that. And here comes Rolling Iron. We got 6 damage counters on the Zapdos. So all we need right now is to get the Heatran discarded, and also, well, obviously we can't do this turn. You know, if we get a Thorton and a Heatran in the discard pile, it would be a done deal right now, but it's not that easy. That's why we need Snorlax. For this early build, this is actually one of the, you know, the earliest version of the deck. And when I first started playing with this combo, Zapdos Thorton with our Radiant Heatran and also Damage Pump with, you know, kind of a crisscross between Damage Pump Donphan with Zapdos, Thorton, and Radiant Heatran. And this combo actually works much better with Snorlax, just because Snorlax is a basic draw support, which actually helps you draw a lot of cards and basically, you know, kind of deck yourself out until you have very few cards left in the deck, so that you actually save those important cards for later. That means all you need to do is draw those few cards with your Cinccino and you get it back, right? That's what we want. We want to be kind of discarding all the unnecessary supplies and then get through the deck as fast as possible until we get to the good stuff. So digging through the deck as fast as you can. Obviously, if they play Durant, don't do too much. If they play Durant, I don't really know what counter we should play. We are doing a 1 energy attacker though. We just need 1 energy for Donphan to attack. So all we need is to kind of gather our switch cards, I suppose. We only have 1 Scuba Net, 1 Air Balloon, and 1 Bird Keeper. But we do have 1 Stadium card as well. So only 1 Stadium card is not really going to do much. But if they play Galarian at the right time, if we have that Stadium in our hand, we can actually remove it, play our Zapdos to retreat, or even use Air Balloon for the retreat cost, and then Donphan, Earthquake over and over for a 1-hit knockout against Durant. I'm pretty sure we stand a fair chance at winning against Durant, I think. I'm not too sure, honestly. But, you know, if we run out of... If they keep confusing and doing a boss, I don't think it's that easy anymore. And they can quite easily pull that off. If they do miss Fortune Sister with Crushing Hammer, though, we would stand a really high chance, because we don't need to do anything but attach that 1 energy from our hand and then switch. If they play a Pokemon catcher, we actually do need to switch. So here comes the Heatran. We're gonna do Thorton at long last. We got our Fire Energy in our hand. We're just gonna draw a little bit more, and we actually have to play the Retrieval right now if we want to use the ability. So we didn't want to discard the Thorton, that's why we discarded the energy, but we have the Retrieval, so that's fine. And Old Cemetery, having only 1 copy is quite risky. I would prefer having 2 copies of Old Cemetery and 2 copies of Damage Pump in this deck, but we don't really have the space for it. I prefer playing a Peonia, because if you don't play Peonia, you're gonna get way too many cards stuck in the prize. If you have too many things stuck in the prize, you can't actually win this game, because we have only 2 copies of Cinccino, only 1 Snorlax, only 1 Radiant Heatran. If you have anything stuck in a prize, it's going to be super difficult. Only 3 Thorntons as well, and 2 Fire Energy, 2 Basic Fire, and 1 Aurora. So if any of those cards are stuck in the prize, it's going to be a lot more difficult for you to win. Like if, for example, an Aurora and a Fire, a Basic Fire gets stuck there, in addition to your Radiant Heatran, you're going to need to dig for your Heavy Ball and something else to be able to to draw out your prize, right? If you get unlucky not to draw the Fire Energy out, you're done for. So that's why Peonia is kind of essential, I would say. But if you are playing 2 copies though, 2 copies of anything, you would at least get 1 copy inside the deck. It's not that difficult. I don't think the game would screw you over that much. So throughout the whole game, I've played this game for like about 20 or 30 games already, 20 or 30 times. About 20 plus times, and I don't have once where all the energies are prized. So obviously we have fighting energy as well, but if we get like Aurora and 2 Fire prize, then we cannot actually play Raging Blast until we do a knockout with Donphan. We actually have to kill something with Donphan first before we're able to attack with our Heatran. So that would be quite terrible. That's why Peonia is kind of like I don't know, I just love that card. Because you get to control when to draw back the cards that you put into the prize. If you have another Thorton in your hand, a Raihan as well, you can choose to put one of them into the prize. Don't put all of them into the prize, obviously. If you are putting even one into the prize, one key card that you need for later, make sure you consider and think it through many times, because you may need it on your next turn or even the turn after the next. And if you can't draw your prize immediately after putting it back into the prize with Peonia, then it's gonna be stuck there until late in the game, because if you can't do a knockout without Heatran, if you can't do a knockout without playing the Thorton first, then there's no point putting the Thorton for later. There's no point saving it for later if you need it right now, right? So make sure you think it through over and over. Do not make any mistakes. Peonia is a bit risky, but I love it because I've been playing Peonia for a long time now and I just love it. Like, I'm kind of an expert with Peonia, because if you have the right cards prized, you would know when to draw it out, you would know how to use those cards, and the precise moment to pull off the right technique, pull off the right strategy. That would be so delicious. If you can execute the right move at the right time with Peonia, it would be like the most delicious win of your life. Okay, here comes Zapdos with Scuba Net. We got one copy of Scuba Net for, to retrieve our Zapdos to play its ability. If it gets stuck as your first active, if you, have to draw Mulligan and then have to play Zapdos into the active on your first turn. Because we are playing 3 copies of our Galarian Zapdos and only 2 copies of all other basics. 1 copy of Manaphy, obviously, and 1 Snorlax with Heatran. But all other basics are in 2s. Only Zapdos is in 3s. So that's the reason it should be, coming out that early. And if it does come out early, we don't need Feather Ball. I initially built this deck with Feather Ball, but Feather Ball only works for Zapdos. It doesn't help you summon your Cinccino. It's not really cohesive, is it? It's not versatile. It doesn't help you get your Minccino, Cinccino, Donphan, Phanpy, Heatran. I would rather much play a Level Ball, even if it doesn't give me my Zapdos. If we have 3 copies, it would show up quite easily into our hand. With Cinccino's draw, we have 2 Sonia as well and 4 Quick Ball to get our Zapdos, so it's not too difficult, I don't think. If we get like an Energy Search, 1 Fighting Energy, and a Sonia, we should be getting 2 basic Pokemons with our Sonia. Maybe bench a Phanpy for the next turn, and use Galarian Zapdos' ability by benching it with Strong Legs Charge, attach 2 energy with our Energy Search. Obviously play Energy Search first before you bench your Zapdos, because otherwise you cannot use this ability anymore. And then after that, if you have a Old Cemetery as well, you should be playing that first before using Zapdos' ability. And then after that, you actually get to attack with Donphan, collect damage controls on your bench. So it's always better to play Zapdos early, just because if you have it on your bench with energies, you can actually do Earthquake to not only collect damage counters on your Zapdos on the bench, but also have energies to prepare for the next turn. And if you have a Heatran in your hand, play it, play it from your hand, put it onto the bench. If you play a Heatran, you can quite easily do a Raihan on the next turn. If you go first and attach your first energy without getting hammered, if your opponent don't play Crushing Hammer, you get to attach an extra energy onto your Heatran while attacking with your Donphan on your second turn. And then after that, you actually get to play a Raihan. If you're lucky enough, you can dig out the Raihan with your Cinccinos. You can actually play Raihan to attack with your Raging Blast. For your first Heatran, you don't need to play Thorton. That means you get to use Heatran's attack, your Radiant Pokemon. You don't need to play Thorton for your first strike. And that is, kind of conserving the amount of supporter cards we have for later on in the game, especially if they play a 1-price deck. We need to be conserving as much of our cards as possible, because Zapdos is not doing a knockout. We need Thorton for Zapdos, so essentially we need all 3 Thortons for 3 additional attackers, in addition to only 2 Donphan and 1 Heatran. So we actually have a Rod, I forgot. So we actually do have a Rod in this deck. I thought we had 2 Retrievals, so it's better to play Retrieval or Training Court in to replace for the Rod, but I kind of prefer the Rod because if you play against a one price, you really need an additional attacker. You can't actually rely on, you can't rely fully on all three Thorntons to be playable. You may have to discard them. They may get stuck in the prize. If they get stuck in the prize, you have to play a Peonia to get them out. If you play Peonia, it may be too late. It may be too late. By then, you may not be able to play Thornton anymore because it is a supporter card. If you play Peonia, you cannot use any other supporters. You can't use Raihan even. So I don't think you have extra turns to play Peonia, honestly. If you're playing against one price, they are super fast and they don't allow you to play Peonia. If you play against a V deck, obviously they're fast as well, but it doesn't really matter because one knockout equals extra prize. If you do one knockout, you're drawing two prizes, so it doesn't matter if you slow down. If you are slower than your opponent, it's still okay because you can kind of race past them later on by collecting knockouts after knockouts over and over. Three OHKO is all you need to collect all 6 prizes for the win against a V-Star VMAX deck. So it doesn't matter if we are much slower than our opponent. All we need to do is get our Heatran into the game at some point. Obviously, there is a point where it's too late, so make sure you are aware of that. Make sure you don't get past that point. And that's why we have a bit more safety, a bit more breathing space for us to play other supporter cards. If we're playing up against a V-Star VMAX deck, we have Bruno, Birdkeeper, Marnie, Peonia, a lot of other supporter cards in this deck. I would prefer playing a Paul Pad, but we don't actually have the space for it. This is basically the best list that I can find, and it earned me a lot of wins, and I'm just loving this list a lot. Except the fact that Peonia is a supporter card. If only Peonia isn't a supporter card. If it has like... Maybe we should do an Arc Phone, I don't know. Arc Phone allows you to look at the top card of your deck, but it doesn't allow you to look at your prize cards. So it's kind of weird. You don't really know. You get to choose which position though. You get to choose which position you're swapping your top deck with, but you don't know what you're swapping for. You only know what the top card of your deck is that's going into the prize, but you don't know what you are getting from the prize into your top deck. So Arc Phone is quite tricky to play, and I'm not really too familiar with that card. So that's why we have Peonia instead. I would prefer playing another Heavy Ball if you want to do more items instead of the supporter. So replace the Peonia for a Heavy Ball if you don't like that combo. I just love it because I've been playing it for so long. Peonia is like my best friend. Peonia is an ally. I hate that word, ally. Sounds like a propaganda, isn't it? Ally. Jeez. Everywhere you go, everyone's saying that stupid word. Are you an ally? Are you an ally? What's that? Fuck that. Okay. Here comes Giratina V-Star with Zoroark, and they actually have Drapion as well. Drapion, which actually has 1 energy less attack cost for each of your opponent's fusion, single, and rapid strike Pokemon. So if they play Mew VMAX, you essentially have 0 energy. 0 energy cost, you can use... I forgot the attack. Hazardous Claw, I think. I don't know. Something swing, brutal swing. For 190 damage, and then you actually get to play... You have to damage one of your bench Pokemon for 60. So if you play a Heatran with your Drapion, you can actually, collect damage counters on your bench with your Drapion, but I don't know. I don't know if it's wise to play a Drapion with Heatran. We could be thinking about adding that into this deck, but I prefer not to because it's a V card, and also I don't think a lot of decks play Fusion, Single, and Rapid Strikers anymore. If they play like Inteleon though, Rapid Inteleon, Sobble, I suppose you could do 190 early in the game. If they play if they bench a lot of Sobbles, you can actually do a boss to kill the Ice Rider on the bench for your first attack with Drapion. So that would be an interesting matchup, wouldn't it? Drapion against Ice Rider, because Ice Rider plays a lot of Sobbles. If they bench way too many, then it's gonna get bossed. And if they get the knockout, they actually have to bench a second one on the next turn. you know, they actually have to bench 2 more because they have to expect another boss. So I don't think they can win anymore. Unless if they evolve all of the Sobbles, right? I think that would be the only counter. If you evolve into the result fast enough, if you can evolve and then, you know, or even scoop it up and then just remove them from play, then your opponent can't actually play. They can't use Drapion's attack that easily anymore because it's 4 energies. They need 4 energies for Drapion to attack. They got Dark Patch though to accelerate the energy. So eventually they would be able to. All they need is that early first strike for a free knockout, and then after that you can slowly charge it up, build up their energy while you have to start from scratch with your Ice Rider. They are attacking much faster. Anyways, let's come back to this game. So we have Heatran on the bench, and we actually don't need to play Thorton for our first hit, which is ideal. So always think about that for this game, for this deck. If you're playing with this deck, bench your Heatran because you can actually play Earthquake and then Raihan and attach from your hand. Obviously, we don't have Twin Energy for this deck, but even if they do a boss to kill your Heatran, they are actually discarding it for you. They are discarding the Heatran for you. That means you either have the Heatran to attack if they do a boss, or a Zapdos already on your bench to do Thorton with. If they, you know, if they kill one or the other, you got, you know, your other attacker. If they do a boss, they can't play a Marnie, so chances are you already have a Thorton in your hand. Or you can even draw it out with your Cinccino. We only are playing 3 copies, but 3 is a lot though because we don't have, you know, we don't have many item cards in this deck. The only cards that are in 4s is VIP Pass and Quick Ball. The other cards are kind of scattered. So Thorton is kind of above average in terms of the number of copies that we're playing. That means it's we have a higher chance of drawing out the Thorton early as opposed to any other supporter cards. But it really depends on luck, honestly. You never know. Even if you're playing multiple copies of the same card, you may just not draw it out until the end. So that's why I say always bench the Heatran. That way you get to play Raihan. If you get the Thorton first though, and not the Raihan, it would be a bit impossible. So I would maybe play a Lumineon V for this deck. Lumineon would be perfect, but I don't quite like the V. It being a V card means your opponent gets to play boss order to collect extra 2 prize, and that would be quite terrible. If they do a boss on the Lumineon though, they would have to deal with the Heatran over and over, right? The same Heatran can actually attack more times, or they are actually buying you extra turns for you to play, for you to dig out your Thorton for your Zapdos, because you have essentially more Zapdos with the energies on your bench. So if they target the Lumineon, you actually have more energies in play for you to play Thorton with later on in the game, which is still a big plus. So I don't know if it's worth playing though, because it is a V Pokemon and I don't quite like it being, you know, I just don't like that. But if you have, I don't think you have the bench space for it even, because if you're playing Cinccino, I don't think you get to play Crobat or Lumineon. Might as well just focus on Cinccino, right? So maybe a Pokegear to get either the Raihan or the Thorton out. Pokegear to replace for a Bruno. I don't really know if it's worth it. I prefer playing the Bruno though, because it actually helps you use up your resources, evolve, play your Pokemon, discard your Pokemon, discard the things that you don't need with your Cinccino, and then draw, and until you get to basically empty your deck of all the cards that you don't need, and then leave it with nothing but the essentials, right? If you have the essentials, you're good to go. If you have your Damage Pump, your Old Cemetery, your Thortons inside the deck, you can quite easily draw them out eventually with your Make Do. So Avery obviously would be quite destructive against our deck if they play bench snipe as well, because we have Menifee. We need our Menifee on the bench if they do Radiant Greninja. So Radiant Greninja with Avery is quite powerful, I would say, because you are emptying your opponent's bench. That means they need to play a lot more carriers. If they choose not to discard the Menifee though, that means you're only killing the active, right? Unless if you do like a Cologne with a Lost City, You can actually play Boss, Cologne, Lost City, and then not just kill Lost the Menifee. You're not only losting the Menifee this turn, but you're also collecting an extra prize by killing something on the bench, thanks to your canceling Cologne. So Cologne is actually a big card right now, isn't it? Cologne shuts down Weezing, Cologne shuts down Ambipom, Cologne shuts down Aerodactyl, I suppose, Aerodactyl VSTAR. Cologne shuts down a lot of things. But it only works if your opponent's Pokemon is inactive. You can even play Canceling Cologne for Diancie. Imagine that. Canceling Cologne and then Boss. Anything on the bench, the, you know, Sizzlipede. Fucking Sizzlipede. Annoying ass Sizzlipede. It's quite easy to win that deck though. All you need to do is, you know, have one attacker ready to go and then not draw any cards. If you draw any cards from a deck, you are stupid, right? Do not draw anymore. If you have enough to attack, then just keep using the same attacker over and over until you know, until you have like the Marnie in your hand. All you need is like one Marnie or one Bruno in your hand, and then once, just before they use the attack, just before they play 100-foot Flames with their Centiskorch to basically deck you out with the mill power, with the Fire Mill deck. If they play Chandelier as well, it would be quite terrible, but I don't think they have the space for that. It is a fire type, but I don't think you need energies for Chandelier. You just need to evolve. It's a stage 2. So if they play 100-foot Flames, all you need to do is have a Marnie in your hand, don't draw cards, play the Marnie just before they attack. That means you get to have more cards in the deck. That means they need way more discards to win the game, and that earns you extra turns for you to collect extra prizes for the win. So right now we're up against Palkia VSTAR, which is really crazy. It's super fast. They have the crazy VSTAR ability, and we got Menifee early, which is great because we know they have a Greninja, and Star Portal is gonna get them a free Moonlight Shuriken. If they play Raihan instead of Melanie in this deck, I don't think they have that many Raihan though, because Melanie would be more consistent with the Palkia VSTAR. If you play Ice Rider in addition to it, or even Starmie, I think Melanie would be smarter. So if they don't have Raihan for Greninja, I don't think they can deal with the Menifee and collect extra prizes that way, because they can quite easily kill the Menifee and the Cinccino if they do a Cologne. So I'm quite scared right now, honestly, against the Greninja. Or any other bench type, honestly. They could quite easily play a Greninja V-Union in addition to Palkia VSTAR. So a V-Union with the Star Portal allows you to play Twist the Shuriken for crazy bench snipe. And we can one-hit KO the Greninja though, right? If we one-hit KO the Greninja, we are damaging our bench, right? The bad thing about this deck is that you are damaging your own bench. That's why Menifee is so important. If you don't have Menifee in this deck, it's not gonna work. Menifee buys us that one turn, right? If we have that one turn for them to not be able to hit our bench, if they get stuck one turn, not able to collect knockouts from the bench, then we can actually do our Thorton Raging Blast to kill off the V-Union before it gets to use Twister Shuriken. We can actually knock it out for 3 prize before it even touches any of our bench Pokemon. Because we are damaging it heavily with our Earthquake. We are doing damage to our own bench Pokemon as well. So that means 100 damage would be more than enough to kill everything off the board on our bench. And then we would be dead, right? 5 prizes in a single turn would be quite terrible. In addition to that one Menifee, that would be enough to win the game. Okay, we got Air Balloon on the Cinccino. Okay, this is where things went to shit, because we got nothing but a Bird Keeper, and we have to draw something. We need the evolution, right? We need the incense, and we couldn't get it out. So we played Make Do first, and then we should have drawn a basic into our hand so that we can actually empty the deck of at least one more card, so that we can, you know, increase the chances of us getting the Donphan. But apparently it's not happening. We can choose to paralyze the Palkia, but it would discard way too many. We don't have that many energies in his deck, so we can't afford to discard, honestly. And we just played a Bird Keeper for no Donphan. That means we are wasting that Phanpy. Phanpy is gonna get knocked out. That means we have only one Donphan for this game, which is really depressing. So I would recommend playing maybe some other supporter cards instead of the Bird Keeper. But if you don't play Bird Keeper though, you're gonna be swarmed by one price decks. Trust me, Bird Keeper is actually pretty good. Because if you have at least 3 switch cards in your deck, you can quite easily do a switch on your second turn. If you go first, after playing your Gormandize, and then after doing that, you get to, play either Marnie or Bruno to get your Evolution Incense. If you Gormandize as well, you would probably have an Incense already, or a Level Ball for Cinccino, and then draw your Incense out with a supporter or something else like that. So Incense is going to help you do your Donphan, and then if you play a Bird Keeper with your Incense, you get to attack. Earthquake 120 damage for only 1 energy. Early knockouts earn you the win against a 1 prize. If you can do a fast knockout with your Donphan, then you essentially win the game. All you need is that first knockout. If you get the first knockout before your opponent, then you stand a high chance of winning. Obviously, you have to be consistent. You need to keep on drawing 1 prize over and over and protecting your bench with your Menifee. You need to be aware of damage counters as well. If they play if they play Quick Shoot or Hollow Flames or like Sableye, if they place damage counter on your Pokemon, you have to be careful. We can actually spread our damage with Damage Pump, so we can actually save ourselves in a way. Maybe not if they play Sableye. If they play Dragapult though, we can actually spread it. Dragapult VMAX or Hisuian Typhlosion VSTAR. So we do have that 1 scoop up net to recover all damage counter from 1 Pokemon, but it's only 1 copy. We may need it for Snorlax, so you never know. Anyways, we got our Donphan at long last. A bit too late. They already got 2 knockouts, so we are 2 turns down. And if we don't get Thorton, we have a Thorton in our hand. If we don't get a Heatran at some point, we're gonna die. So we need Heatran to kill off the Palkia. If they bench another one, it would be quite ugly. So all we need is 3 V-Star knockouts, right? But they are probably going to attack with some other 1 price Pokemon in addition to that. I don't think they can attack with... I don't think they have any other things though. Do they? The only other 1 price attacker that I can think of is either Miltank or the Greninja. So they would probably do Ice Rider. If they play Ice Rider VMAX though, we got extra prizes by doing a massive kill. So we are doing a lot of damage with Heatran. That means the bigger the Pokemon they play, the better, right? The more prizes they give us, the better. If they play VMAX, even better. I'm like so pissed with Zapdos though. I really tried to make this deck as best as possible, but if you play against a 1 prize, you don't really stand a good chance of winning. Obviously, you can attack fast with your Donphan. You can do Earthquake early. If they play Regigigas, you can at least hit you can hit it for your first knockout. If they have Regi, Ileki, or the Gigas, if they have the Regigigas in the active, you can hit for the weakness to knock out the one or the other, either the Ileki or the Gigas for the first prize, and then eventually use your Phanpy to attack and also your Heatran, and then eventually collect all 6 prize one at a time. So all you need is to attack is to collect your first prize early, then you can win the game. But it's better if you have a bench snipe strategy against like Lunatone, Solrock, and Regigigas or any other 1 prize decks. If you don't have a bench snipe strategy with Lost City, I don't think you stand a good chance at winning, or even a damage counter card like Sableye. That's why Sableye is so good, because it works against 1 prize. And 1 prize is probably the most painful the most painful thing we have to watch out for. Because Lunatone Solrock is so bulletproof, right? The only thing that can win against a Lunatone Solrock is heal decks. If you keep on healing with your Blissey, if you keep on healing with your Hisuian Goodra, Crystal Cave, Zacian. There's going to be a Zacian V-Star though at some point. If you keep healing, they can't actually knock you out. They are doing a max of 150 damage every single turn. If they have, if they have it on the bench for a few turns though, if they keep it on the bench, if you don't play a boss, they can eventually collect enough energies to do a one-hit knockout. So if they're smart with the Lunatone, they may be able to win the game that way. Because they're only drawing one prize at a time. So they need Greninja for the draw support. They also need Manaphy on the bench. That means they can only play 3 Soul Rocks at a time. If they get Avery though, they're gonna be forced to play Rescue Carrier to recover the Soul Rocks. So Avery is gonna be probably the only way to destroy Lunatone Soul Rock decks, but you need more than one copy. You need at least 2 or even 3 to do significant damage to the deck, because all they need is to fit in 4 copies of the carrier, and then you're done. 4 carrier, how are you gonna disrupt them enough? You got only two Averys, not enough. If you play Collapse Stadium though, it might actually stop them from drawing cards with Greninja or attach more energies. But they probably are playing Pokestops, so you need to play like 4 solid copies of Collapse Stadium for you to do a significant amount of disruption. So Lunatone Solrock is really annoying though. I don't know what destroys that deck. The only thing I can think of is Flying Pikachu, Empoleon, Ice Cube. And I don't really like playing with those cards because people has already thought of it and it's been like stale. It's like, it's like the obvious thing that people go for if you want to kill a Lunatone Solrock deck. I don't really want to go for the obvious things all the time. Maybe a Mewtwo V Union. A Mewtwo V Union would actually kill a Lunatone quite easily. If you can somehow heal while attacking every single turn, then you can actually win quite easily, right? Because 16 damage counters is a lot. And if they scoop it up though, they can actually recover the damage counters, right? But they only got 4 Scuba Net to spare. So eventually they're going to run out of Scuba Net if you keep on recovering damage with abilities. Obviously you can't use the attack. If you use the attack, you cannot place damage counters anymore. If you use Super Regeneration, it would be... If you attack though, if you attack first and then Super Regenerate on the next turn, and then attack again, well, you can't actually do that though, because they're attacking every single turn. If they are attacking every single turn and you are trying to avoid the knockout every turn, you're forced to play a Super Regeneration over and over. You don't have a break to do anything else. I forgot the attack that actually helps you place the damage counters. Psysplosion, I think? Psysplosion, 16 damage counters. Okay, here comes the Palkia. They are playing a full-on Palkia deck. 3 copies of the V card, maybe even 4, and then 3 copies of the V-Star. So we got our Heatran for Raging Blast doing our first kill against the Palkia V-Star. And now they're putting the Drizzile. We don't have a boss for this deck, just because we want to be doing knockouts every single turn, over and over. If they put something like Cresselia or Articuno in the active, it would be quite bad. So, they would eventually have to put the Shadow Rider though, right? They would eventually have to put in the VMAX or the V-Star. And even if they are playing a full 1 prize, we can still win with Donphan if we hit fast. I keep saying that, but it's true. So it doesn't matter if they keep stalling with the 1 prize cards. We don't really need a boss. We don't need a boss. If you play it against Regigigas, it would be much better if you have a boss, because that allows you your first knockout with Donphan against Ilaki or Regigigas. But I don't think we can even draw it out that fast if we only play 1 copy. Even with Cinccino, it's not that easy. So they gave us a training card. That means we can actually play our Strong Legs Charge a bit more easily on the next turn. They did not do a knockout this turn. That means Bruno is not going to help us. Bruno is not going to draw cards, and we actually are forced to attach energy onto the Menifee and do Thorton on the Menifee, that means they are actually allowed to play Moonlight Shuriken at some point if we switch Menifee out of play with the supporter card. But I don't think they have any means of charging up the Greninja anymore, unless if they play Melanie, they can slowly charge it up one energy at a time. So Melanie is still an extra energy in play. That means you get to slowly build up your energies on the Greninja, even without Raihan. Okay, so if we do Thorton on the Menifee, they can't do a boss or Marnie right now. We got the second Cinccino, that means we get extra draws. If they do... I was actually thinking whether to play the Old Cemetery on the last turn, because if we play it though, they have Training Card. If they play the Training Card on the next turn, we have no more Old Cemetery in the deck. We only have one copy to spare, so make sure you use it at the right time. If you use it because we have a damage pump in our hand, that's why we didn't. That's why we didn't play it on our last turn. So if we play it on this turn, we may get our Zapdos in addition to the Thorton. That means we can actually play, place 2 damage counter on the Menifee by attaching the energy from our hand. Damage pump for another 2 damage counter. That means that's actually enough to kill off the Palkia for 280 damage, exactly 280 with Raging Blast after doing the Thorton on the Menifee. We have our Aurora energy. So obviously you have to play your Stadium card first before doing anything else. Do not miss any sequence. If you miss the sequencing, you're done for. You have to be super careful. We're gonna draw out the energy first to empty the deck of all unnecessary cards. Oh, we don't have any more energies. Oh my goodness. So we got 2 Thorntons in the deck. And 1 Peonia still stuck there. So that's the reason I say maybe Peonia isn't really doing that well. This is kind of like, you know, late stage. Eventually though, this is like after about 20 games of playing with the same deck, maybe 15 games, not 20. About 15 games playing with the same deck, they finally decided, well, about 18 I would say. Because actually, yeah, about 18 games that I played with this deck, they finally matched me with the Palkia VSTAR, and then they gave me, I don't know why if your opponent is playing a Shady Dealings, if they play Inteleon, the Inteleon engine, it's not that easy for you to get the cards that you need into your hand. I don't know why, because I suppose it's much more easy for them to search for whatever trainer cards that they need, and that's the reason that we are kind of having much more difficulty in that department, because we need to draw out our damage pump, our Old Cemetery, we need our Incense level ball for Cinccino, we need the right supporter cards at the right time. If we don't get it, we're done for. And it's much more easier to get the right supporters if your opponent don't play Inteleon. I don't know why, it just works that way. If your opponent plays even like 2 copies of Drizzile with Shady Dealings, it's just virtually impossible for you to get your Thorton until the very last second. So we got our Thorton, we got our Zapdos, and there we go. We got 4 damage counters on both the Heatran and the Zapdos. Now we just need to mine for the last copy of the Thorton. They're gonna attack with the Palkia again. So all we need is to draw another Thorton. Shouldn't be that difficult, right? But we already played 2. We already played 2 copies. That means we have 1 final copy inside the deck. Only 2 Cinccinos is not enough. We can't play a Raihan because we need to play the supporter card. So that's why I say maybe Lumineon would be better. If we have a Lumineon on the bench right now though. So if you play a Lumineon, use it at the last second, right? If you have it as your first active, you're screwed, because your opponent gets 2 extra prizes, knocking it out early. But if you don't have to play it, if you don't have to put it in the active spot on your first turn, if you're not forced to do that, then you actually get to choose when to play your Luminous Sign, unless if they have a Path to the Peak, obviously, because we only have one Stadium card. But if they don't play Path to the Peak, we can actually play Quick Ball at the last second, at the very last second. Obviously, use it at the last second. That means you get to summon your Thorton, you know, before they draw their final prize, or even before they play the boss to kill off your Lumineon, to draw your last remaining few prizes with your Raging Blast. So many Sobbles. So essentially, if you play a Drapion right now, you still need 3 energies, right? Because Drizzle doesn't count as a Rapid Strike Pokemon. If they have the Rapid Strike Inteleon though, you just need 2 energies. So there we go, we need to get the Thorton into our hand. If we can't, then we have, I suppose we are forced to play Zapper Kick. I don't think we have a choice but to do the Zapper Kick. So we're gonna discard the Peonia. Got it way too late. Wasn't really helpful at all for this game. But for some games though, it's like really, really useful. Because if you have like Cinccino stuck in a prize, it can help you draw the Cinccino out. And then, you know, a faster draw engine means you can get your Raihan much more easily. You can get your, you know, Sonia for a Strong Legs charge. You can get your Incense. Like, you need to draw. Without Cinccinos, you can't win. So we didn't get the Thorton with our Cinccino. We drew 4 cards with Make Do and did not get the Thorton because we only have 1 final copy remaining. It's not that easy. Lumineon Gear, I suppose, is gonna help us draw it out. Poke Gear would be so useful right now. If we have the Poke Gear instead of the Peonia, I suppose it would help us a lot more. Maybe a Poke Gear instead of the Peonia would fix this deck. I quite like Peonia though, because, I don't know. If you have the Thorton stuck in the prize, you know, that would mean you can't actually play it at all until you draw it from the prize. But I don't think you would have it stuck there though, right? You may need to play more than 2. So for this game, we got unlucky. We got a really, really late start. We didn't get our Donphan, and that means they drew their first prize early, and we actually couldn't. We had to do Thorton twice, right? For the Palkia. I'm not sure if we did Thorton for our first knockout. I'm pretty sure we did. Or did we do a Raihan? Well, we are playing a Raihan right now, so I don't think we did a Raihan on the Heatran. So our first Heatran was actually summoned from the discard pile, and then our second one, we had to play a second Thorton. That means right now is our 3rd time. This is the 3rd time we're trying to do Raging Blast. They actually passed 1 turn not attacking though, so we actually did Raging Blast twice with the first Heatran, with the first transformed Heatran, and then now is we're supposed to do the 3rd one, but since we got nothing, we didn't get our Thorton, we're gonna do a Paralysis, trying to buy ourselves 1 turn. So I'm sure they have a switch card, right? If they have Air Balloons though, if they don't have the switch, if they have Air Balloon instead, we may be able to survive. They have Cross Switcher though. If they do Cross Switcher, they just need 1 energy for the retreat, and then they can kill anything for the final prize. They can even play a Scoop Up Net. So I don't think we can win anymore. I think we probably lost this game, because all they need is to play the Cross Switcher with Irida, and then retreat with 1 energy from their hand, or even a Scoop Up Net. This is a very fun game though, because they actually didn't get the energy. we got lucky, I suppose, but we got very unlucky early game. I would say it's kind of it kind of balances itself out. So here comes the cross switcher, and we almost conceded. There we go. Look at that. We almost conceded. We were like, you know what? If you attach the energy, we're just gonna concede. We're not gonna let you win this. They are winning though, even if we concede. But we're not letting you have it. The final knockout. Okay, they did the tool scrapper. I'm getting ready to press the yes button because I know they have an energy in their hand, or even a scoop up net. Like, all they need is one energy, for God's sake. How in the world did they not get it and they just passed the turn not doing a retreat? That's wild. Oh my god, I don't think they're playing that many energies because they got Melanie, Star Portal. Not that many energies means they get to play more Inteleon, I guess, and Trainer with Zigzagoon. It doesn't really make much sense though. So right now, we actually are doing a different strategy. We're doing Thorton into Phanpy instead of Heatran because Phanpy only needs 2 energies. It's doing 30x damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So Strike Back actually does 120 damage to knock out the Sobble, helping us win the game by drawing the final prize with our Phanpy. Look at that. We did Phanpy. First time ever we used that attack to win the game with 120 damage. That's all we need. So playing the Inteleon, they are trying to kill off our Cinccino with the Old Cemetery because they know we need to attach energy for the retreat. I don't think... I'm pretty sure they know we don't have that many switch cards in our deck because we are playing so many, you know, we need so many other cards to make Heatran work. So we don't really have the space for that many switches anymore. And that means we are forced to attach the energy from our hand, placing damage counter on our Cinccino. That means on the next turn, even if they don't have any more energies in the deck, even if they have no more, you know, training card or energies, they are placing damage counter with Inteleon, buying their time until they get the knockout. So if we attach energy from our hand for the retreat and don't get the Thorton, well, obviously we're gonna get the Thorton because they just played a Marnie. And if we don't get enough energy for our, you know, to transform into Heatran, we actually need another turn before we're able to transform to do Raging Blast because we don't have enough energies. That means on the next turn they get to play Quick Shoot to knock out the Cinccino. So they're actually forcing us to get trapped by, you know, playing Cross Switcher and Quick Shoot. They're only doing 10 damage though, right? Void Return, 10 damage for no energies because they actually did the double turbo already. Way too fast. So they're doing Hisuian Zoroark with Dunsparce. They actually do have a Dunsparce for this list. And I've seen people play Melanie with Zoroark. I think that's a little bit more consistent because that way you get to you know, prevent yourself from reducing damage done by your own Pokemon. Zoroark get to do a raw 300 damage, plus Choice Belt is already enough to kill any Pokemon without Hawlucha. You don't need Hawlucha, you get to play your Radiant Greninja, you get to play other Pokemons. If you play Greninja, you get to do Melanie by discarding your energy as well. So I suppose Greninja, Gabejaw Bog would be the perfect combo. If you play Greninja with what's it called again? Greninja with Training Card, you can actually play Gengar with Damage Pump to spread the damage counters, and that means you don't need Gabejaw Bog for the damage counters anymore. It would be a bit safer to have like 2 copies of the Bog in addition to the Training Card, but I suppose that's kind of the plan, the basic plan for my Zoroark deck if I want to build it, but I don't think I would be doing it anytime soon because it's so boring. Like, come on, Hisuian Zoroark doing crazy damage for 2 energies. It's just the most boring V-Star card ever. You have your Gengar, the obvious combo. They're coming up with, you know, perfect cards that actually matches well. You know, they have, I'm not sure if it's the same for Sun and Moon, because I only started playing Standard during the halfway through Sun and Moon, right? And I'm not sure if it's the same format for Sun and Moon, but I'm kind of realizing that they always come up with a combo from the same set, right? Zoroark has Gengar, you know, what's it called again? Mewtwo V-Star has Lunatone, and then we have Giratina, well, not Giratina, what's it called again? Goodra VSTAR has Mirage Gate, and obviously all the lost cards. And okay, I can't think of anything from current set, but the new sets for the next expansion, Silver Tempest, Paradigm Trigger, Incandescent Arcana, those decks I'm quite familiar of. So we have Armaldo with Earth Tablet. They have the obvious combo, you know, cards from the same expansions that are supposed to go together. Armaldo with Earth Tablet helping you reduce the HP of all of your opponents. V cards on in play, all of it, reduce them down to 100 HP, and then Armaldo actually gets to knock them out one by one for only 1 energy. Knock out any one of your your opponent's active Pokemon if they have 100 or less HP remaining. And we also have our Lugia V-Star with Archeops. Archeops that allows you to search your deck for any 2 special energy and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like, once during your turn. And then Lugia actually has the V-Star ability that allows you to put any stage 2 colorless Pokemon from your discard pile into play onto your bench once during your turn. Obviously you only get to use that ability once, but you get to put any 2 colorless Pokemon, stage 1, stage 2 basic, V cards, anything. I don't think it allows you to play put rule box Pokemons though, my bad. So rule box Pokemons are still not allowed, but you get to play your stage 2s, your, you know, Bibarrels. You get to put any colorless Pokemon from your discard pile into play with your Lugia. And they actually have, from the same set, Archeops, which works really well. You get to play double turbo, powerful energy with your Lugia V-Star, 4 energy attacker, very obvious combo. And we also have Regidrago V-Star with Dragonite. Regidrago allows you to use any Dragon type moves in your discard pile. If you have a Dragonite discarded, you can actually use, I forgot the attack, Hurricane something. You can use the attack for 2 grass and 1 fire, which is the base energy cost for your Regidrago. So 2 grass and 1 fire allows you to use any Dragon type moves in your discard pile. You get to use the 4 energy attack of your Dragonite stage 2 card, which allows you to charge up your next Regidrago by attaching 3 energy from your deck. You get to search your deck for 3 energies and attach them to your bench Pokemon in any way you like, while doing 180 damage for only 3 energies. Thanks to Regidrago's effect, I suppose. So they are coming up with this like direct combos that really doesn't require, you know, you're not required to solve the puzzle anymore. Like, you're not required to think for yourself. You're not required to have your own original content. Like, people are not encouraged to build original versions of their own deck. They're encouraged to follow the norm. They're encouraged to just, I don't know, be a fucking robot, right? If you play a Zoroark, you must play a Gengar. If you play a Giratina, you have to play Mirage Gate. Like, come on, you can do other things. Why the hell not? It's just so boring. Why are you trapping yourself into the prison? I'm always finding new ways to play this game. I'm always trying to break free from the fucking system that even this stupid game, even this silly little game is trying to put us in a box that I have to break from. Because if you don't break from the box, you will get trapped and you're gonna suffocate and you're gonna die. They're trying to kill you. Like, this game is trying to kill you. I'm not lying. Everyone's trying to kill you, obviously. But this game, more than anything, because It keeps forcing you to play the meta deck. I just hate the meta deck so much. I hate Lunatone. Oh my god, I hate Lunatone so much. There has to be some other way to kill a Lunatone. Fucking Lunatone is still in the fucking tier. I can't stand it. We got damage pump, so we're just gonna play one. I think we actually played both the damage pump though, which is kind of a big mistake, because we wanted to draw a lot more cards into our hand. If we don't draw enough cards, we're done for, because we only have one Cinccino in play. They have the Dunsparce, that means we're not killing the first the second Zoroark that easily. We actually got our first knockout early, thanks to them not evolving yet. So we killed the first Zoroark without the Dunsparce in the basic form, using our Earthquake. And that means we just need 2 more V-Star knockouts, but it's not that easy though. We need 2 Heatrans. So we eventually decided to just play the Zapdos and draw 6 cards with Gourmandize, because if we don't draw enough, we're done for. We got the Raihan, we should be good. Right, we can play the Raihan. If we do our... We got another Zapdos though. If we do our Earthquake, I'm pretty sure we're good to go. We got a lot of turns to spare though. They got 5 prize remaining. So they're drawing their another prize right now. And they did the boss to kill off the Donphan. That's really bad. We just need 2 Heatrans, right? Essentially, they're not attacking with anything else. They got double turbo, they got no psychic energy. They may play Gengar to attack, but it's not doing a lot of damage. It's only doing a max of 100 damage, 10 damage counters if you play like full bench. If you have only 4 Pokemon on your bench, they're only doing 8 damage counters on your active. Gengar is not doing a lot of damage. So we just need to kill 2 V-Stars for the win. And that means we just need to wait for the Thorton, right? Wait for the Heatran Thorton to show up. We're just going to draw again with the Gourmandize. We're going to attach the air balloon to the Snorlax, because that actually means we only need 1 energy to retreat with all of our Pokemon in play, except for the Zapdos obviously. And play the Bruno right now in addition to the Cinccino. While attaching the fighting to our Zapdos, that means we have 4 damage counter on all 3 Zapdos. Even if they do a boss, we would eventually be able to play our Thorton. And then all we need is a second copy to win the game. So the boss is not going to help them, because we got 3 Zapdos for 2 knockouts. We're going to get another Phanpy just in case. I think it's smarter to get the Cinccino though, because we have the Cinccino prize. If we get the prize card, if we're drawing the prize, we should be benching the Cinccino, right? Because they can quite easily do a Roxanne. So Roxanne is going to be really, really bad if you don't have enough Cinccinos on the bench to draw back the Thorton. So I think it would be wiser for us to have gotten the Cinccino instead of another Phanpy, because we need the Thorton like crazy. And they just conceded though. They just conceded because we put the Snorlax in the active. If they play an Avery, I think we're forced to discard both the Cinccino and, well, maybe one of the... If they play Avery, they can't do a boss, right? So we just need to retreat and then do... We can't retreat though with the Snorlax. If we don't attach the energy, if we want to attack with Thorton, we actually have to attach the energy onto the Zapdos. That means we can't retreat with Snorlax. I think it may actually be better if we keep Zapdos in the active, or we can actually retreat to our Phanpy and then keep the air balloon in our hand so we can retreat on the next turn with the tool card instead of attaching energy for Snorlax to do the retreat. So Snorlax is actually quite heavy. You need 3 energy for the retreat cost even with the air balloon. We may actually have done the mistake attaching the air balloon to the wrong Pokemon there. So always be careful with your switch cards. If you have them in your hand, don't play them until you have to, because if you don't do it though, they may play a Marnie, but if you don't do it now, you can actually draw it out later to save yourself afterwards. So make sure you are aware that they can actually play Roxanne, Avery in addition to the boss, we were actually preparing against the boss. We forgot about Avery. If they play Avery, we have to attach energy from our hand to Zapdos. That means we don't actually have enough time to retreat with our Snorlax and then do the Thorton at the same time to attack with Heatran. We actually have to wait another turn before we're able to retreat and attack at the same time. So that means they can actually do an Avery and then a boss to basically force us to discard a Zapdos if we want to keep the Cinccino, and also do the boss to knock out the second Zapdos, so that would be quite terrible. So always be sure to keep in mind that your opponent can actually play an Avery. Be aware of the situation at hand. Don't take it too lightly. If you have 3 energy attack, if you have 3 Zapdos on the bench ready to attack, don't expect your opponent to keep them in play. You know, your opponent can play a boss, your opponent can enter your hand, they can do an Avery, they can play a Collapse Stadium, they can destroy everything. So there's always something that your opponent can do. Make sure you think of a counter, because if you don't counter that, you're done for. So I think I'm just gonna end the voice right here and leave you guys to focus on the game. Hope you guys enjoyed this new combo. Today we're featuring the new damage pump from Lost Origin with a super cool effect that allows you to transfer 2 damage control any one of your Pokemon to your other Pokemon in any way you like. And we actually get to play our Vivid Voltage Donphan, which allows you to spread damage on your own bench Pokemon, 20 damage on all of your bench Pokemon at a time as you use that 1 energy attack to do 120 damage. Early in the game, you get to collect early knockouts against Comfey, against Cramorant. You get to kill for extra 1 price from the very get-go, from the very beginning of the game, while preparing for your Heatran to do massive damage against Big VSTAR, against Big VMAX knockouts later on in the game. We also have our Thorton with Galarian Zapdos to reverse summon our Heatran into play. We got to play Raging Blast for 3 energies using Strong Legs Charge to charge up for the energy acceleration. All we need is to attach 1 fire energy from our hand. We're only playing 2 basic fire though, plus 1 Aurora, but we do have energy search, Sonia to search for them to get it out into our hand, and also energy retrieval, 1 copy with 1 Rod to shuffle them back into the deck. So we also are playing 1 Raihan to help us attack with the Heatran by playing it from our hand and damaging it with Earthquake on the bench with our Donphan. We also have our Peonia Heavy Ball to get things from the prize, 3 copies of Thorton, and our other supporter cards to help us draw fast so that we get to that sweet spot in the deck where we have nothing left but Thorton and those basic Pokemons like Zapdos and Energies, so that we get to draw them out easily with our Cinccino and play the sweet spot cards by putting them onto the bench and doing damage pump at the last minute, and then killing them at the last second, doing massive knockouts, VMAX V-Star knockouts with our Raging Blast for big prize draw. So that's all for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you next time. Have a great day and bye for now, lovely people. Enjoy life.